this is just an example how we here wants to have students especially to handle their articles and papers in finishing the study. Yeah. So this is actually the basic goal of AWC. So that is an example of what we have done so far. Moreover, we have held a lot of workshops with other universities around the cities too. Yeah. Okay. So just to share the idea how important academic writing center in helping students in certain universities. Okay, so I think that is the importance of handling the conference today. So this is really the formal establishment of academic writing center at Universitas Negeri Malang. I think it's all from me. I hope that you all just enjoy the whole conference today and you got a lot of ideas and insight from it. I think that's all. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much for your kind words, Ibu Utari. To highlight Ibu Utari, everyone, we are here as an academic writing center at Universitas Negeri Malang. This conference event also marks our first year of establishment here at the university. Following Ibu Utari's welcoming speech, everyone, we will have a keynote speech from Bapak Bradley Horn, the director of RILO, U.S. Embassy, Jakarta. Pak Brad has worked extensively on the academic writing and writing center. We are grateful to have Pak Brad to initiate this program. And we are also grateful to be a part of this program. We hope to get a lot of insights from Pak Brad about the establishment, the sustainability of writing center management here in Indonesia. Everyone, let's listen to a keynote speech from Bapak Bradley. Pak Brad.
Thank you, Ibu Yusnita. Let me begin by saying how excited I am to be speaking to everyone this morning for the very auspicious occasion of UM's first Academic Writing Center conference. Hopefully first, but not last, right? I want to thank Ibu Utari for her very kind opening speech. And of course, I also want to thank Ibu Yusnita, Andrea, and all of the people who are working behind the scenes to bring us together today for this conference. It's a tribute to your commitment to the Writing Center and a tribute to your energy that you decided to do this. And it's a really appropriate way to mark the first year of the Writing Center's existence, to spread the word, to convene people who are working in the same field of promoting academic writing, and to try to get the word out, as you would, to more people so that we can see this effort sustained. So without further ado, I'm going to switch to my presentation, if you'll allow me to share my screen. It was very kind of Ibu Yusnita to invite me to give a keynote, but it puts a great amount of pressure on one, not only because she bills me as somebody who's going to share a great amount of wisdom with you, but also because I'm the first speaker So we have to kick this off right. So if you, there's a bit of danger actually for the organizer, because she doesn't know what I'm going to talk about so much when she gives an invitation like this. And so I have a great deal of responsibility as well to not bore you as the first speaker. So hopefully I will not do so. But I know I have a warm, welcoming audience who will be kind and accepting and supportive of any mistakes that I make. But if you'll bear with me, I'm going to do a little bit of kind of a walk down memory lane, if you will, and then think a little bit about the future of writing centers in Indonesia. So although I've titled my presentation, U.S. Government Support for Academic Writing Centers in Indonesia, really, it's more about what our partners have done with that support. But if you will, let me begin. Let's go, Brad, cut to the chase, right? So today, as I mentioned, I'm going to spend a little time looking back at, I should say, I'm going to be looking back because I'm unfortunately coming to the end of my assignment in Indonesia. I will be leaving Indonesia in August to go to my next assignment. So that also kind of framed the way I set up this presentation, because unfortunately I'm starting to get nostalgic already because I'm soon going to be missing all my Indonesian friends. So hopefully I won't spend too much time looking back, but I am going to spend a little bit of time looking back in the presentation. I would like to discuss a few lessons that have been learned so far, which thankfully many of our presenters later in the day will be discussing in greater detail. Then I'd like to share some ideas looking forward about how we can sustain these writing centers and the writing center movement in Indonesia. And then I'll have some very brief closing thoughts before turning the floor over for question and answer. And I would very much welcome questions, and hopefully I'll be able to provide some answers. So looking back, I started with the date of August 2018, because that's when I arrived in Indonesia. But in reality, this probably predates my assignment as the director of the Regional English Language Office. And I know, speaking to my colleague, Ibu Dian Safitri, academic writing has been a focus of our office for many, many years, actually, so long before me. But I started with August 2018 because that's when I arrived in Indonesia, and that's when I first started meeting Indonesian academics. And I can actually almost pinpoint to the day my first conversation about the challenges faced by Indonesian academics and students who are expected to publish their writing. And that date was actually my welcome reception. And that was in early September of 2018. And I remember speaking with Bapak Ismunandar, who was previously at ITB. He was a professor of chemistry and biochemistry at ITB, but he had also served as your education attaché at your embassy in Washington, DC. And I think he was recently returned to Indonesia and had taken a position at that time with the Ministry of Education and Culture, which has, as we all know, has became the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology. So he kind of moved around as portfolios changed. I believe today he's with BRIN, perhaps still with BRIN, but anyway, at the time he was with the Ministry of Education in the Directorate General of Students and Learning. Anyway, sorry, a lot of stories, but Bapak Ismunandar basically started talking at my, we started up a conversation at my welcome reception about the challenges faced by Indonesian academics and their students in publishing in English in international journals. And I was able to talk to him about this because, quite frankly, Indonesian scholars aren't alone in this. This is an international challenge globally for people whose first language is not English, and actually for some people whose first language is English as well. Because when we are writing for publication, when we are writing for scholarly audiences, this is not the English we use in everyday conversation. We all know this as educators, we realize this. But when we're teaching, we have to go in a progression from more basic general English to this very specialized register of academic English. And when we start thinking about how registers differ by discipline, it gets even more difficult. So Pakismu was talking about English for chemistry and biochemistry, and that's very different from English for history. But as language educators, we're expected to prepare students for all of those disciplines and for writing at the very high level of international publication in those different fields, in those very rare registers, rarefied registers. So anyway, I've had these conversations in my career in multiple different countries, multiple different continents. So when Pakismu and I started talking about it, although it was a familiar conversation, it was also something that I'm passionate about because I've recognized in my career the challenge that international scholars face. After that initial conversation, pretty much every introductory meeting I had at universities with both our ELT contacts and with the deans, the rectors, the university administration, this was usually the number one request for assistance that we received was, can you help us increase the publication rates? Because of course it's essential not only for individuals and for their personal promotion within their own fields and in their own careers, but even the universities are looking at increasing the scholarly output of their universities for the functions of improving their quality rankings. And even at a national level, your government is keenly aware that Indonesia needs to be producing more research, more scholarly research. So this is, from the level of the individual to the very highest levels of the Ministry of Research and Technology, or previously the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, Technology, actually across multiple ministries, it is seen as a key issue. So again, we had these conversations repeatedly, and it is something like I said, I've worked on before, and I thought we could contribute to as the Regional English Language Office of the US Embassy. And specifically, the way that we wanted to contribute to it was with academic writing centers. And previously, I'd been involved with establishing writing centers in other universities in other countries. But we wanted to find out what the kind of context was in Indonesia with regards to academic writing centers, and whether or not this was something that a concept that was either already here or a concept that could be introduced. So basically from 2019, over the course of 2018, 2019, we worked on putting together a project proposal for our office in Washington. And in October of 2019, they sent a specialist to Indonesia to help us develop a massive open online course on writing center management. And for the purposes of developing that course, we met with representatives of the Ministry of Education and Culture, with the Ministry of Religious Affairs, Directorate General of Islamic Higher Education, and their publications office. And we had a long series of multiple meetings and focus group discussions with university faculty, journal editors. We met with LIPI, with their research and publication staff. Some of the participants in this conference today might have been in those meetings, I think. But we were talking to professors, scholars. We were trying to open the field as wide as possible. So we were speaking not only to TEFL or ELT people, but also to people in different academic disciplines about their challenges publishing in English and also Bahasa Indonesia. Because all along, one of our understandings was that a writing center in an international context does not have to be solely for promoting English. We're the Regional English Language Office of the US Embassy, so our expertise is in English and English writing pedagogy, but there's no reason that writing centers cannot serve a multilingual audience in the different languages of the country. So that's why I'm actually thrilled to hear Ibu Utari's announcement today that the AWC at UM is now serving speakers of Bahasa Indonesia who are looking to write for publication in Bahasa Indonesia, because that really is what a writing center should do in a multilingual context. So anyway, so that's a great outcome for me personally. So we gathered this data on what would be needed to help launch writing centers in Indonesia. And based on that, our office in Washington issued a call for proposals to US universities who could offer a massive develop and offer a massive open online course, a MOOC. And we were lucky enough to work with Dr. Joseph Cheadle and Dr. Elena Costas at Iowa State University. And Iowa State, many people may not be aware of, but Iowa State actually has a very, very strong academic writing program and a strong writing center. They're well known for research in technology supported or enhanced language learning. So I was actually super happy because it was an open competition. I couldn't guarantee who would be selected, but we were very happy to see that Iowa State won the award. And they put together this MOOC for us. The MOOC was developed over the course of 2019, and finally in 2020, it was launched. Of course, some of it was delayed by our global pandemic, which has delayed so many things. So we were not able to move perhaps quite as quickly as we had hoped according to our original plan, but thankfully in December of 2020, we were able to offer the course. We had over 2,000 people register for the course. And interestingly, and kind of supporting what I said about this being a global challenge, although Indonesia was the core group, we made it open to a global audience. So we had participants from a number of countries, well over 20 countries joined the course. Indonesia was the most heavily represented country because we were promoting it through all of our networks. But we had people joining from Bangladesh, Pakistan, from Latin America, from even some from Africa. So you are not alone. Just realize you are not alone as Indonesian scholars. This is a global phenomenon, and it is something that we should talk about with our global partners more. So we did this course, and then after the course, our office issued an open call for grants for our academic writing support funds. And so we requested proposals from Indonesian institutions of higher education. We received around 30 to 35 proposals, I think. And we put together, as we do, a panel to review these proposals. And Ibu Dian and I, because we are I am the grants officer and she is the grants officer's representative, we are not voting members of that panel. So again, we couldn't guarantee which universities would be selected, but our colleagues who at the embassy who were on the panel reviewed each of the 30 proposals for their merits. And as a result of that panel, we had 4 awardees. And as Ibu Yusnita said earlier, those were Universitas Erlangga, Universitas Indonesia, of course, our wonderful host, Universitas Negeri Malang today, and ITS, so Institut Teknologi 10 November in Surabaya. So those were the 4. It was kind of strange, all of you who are joining from East Java, 3 of our 4 awardees were from Surabaya and Malang, so from East Java. That was not, we did not have a role in choosing that. And that was the panel's decision. So while we thought it was open to people from around our universities from around Indonesia, and we received proposals from around Indonesia, there must be something in the water in East Java that makes your proposals extra strong. I don't know. They were definitely, these proposals were clearly qualitatively superior to the other proposals we received, and just perhaps by chance, or perhaps as a testament to the strength of education in Eastern Java, 3 of the 4 were from Eastern Java. So we selected the awards, went through the award process, and each of the universities then launched their writing centers. So they opened from April of 21, and the funding continued through March of 22, so just until last month. And here you see our wonderful hosts. There's Andrea, there's Bu Yusnita, and some of the activities that they sponsored. Our friends at UI, some of their wonderful activities that they did over the course of the past year with their grant awards. And these are our friends at ETAS. And I should note, you're seeing on each of these pictures an American face. And that's because one of our ways, in addition to the grants funds of supporting the writing centers, were by assigning English language fellows. And here is Dr. Art, our 4th English language fellow at Universitas Erlangga. Our plan originally had been to, of course, to have fellows in person at each of the writing centers. But because of the pandemic, all of the writing centers had to open virtually, and all of our fellows had to be virtual fellows. So Andrea was able to connect, thankfully, from Idaho. All of our fellows none of our fellows are currently in, or our virtual fellows were in Indonesia. They were connecting from the US, from Korea, from one in Thailand, so wherever they were. So this is another very interesting development from the pandemic that was kind of forced on us, if you will, that we were able to tap American expertise in writing pedagogy regardless of where they were, which was actually in some ways much more convenient for our fellows. Because, for example, Andrea wouldn't have been able to come back to Indonesia if we had done this in person. And we definitely wanted Andrea's expertise because she had been a fellow in Indonesia, and we knew how outstanding she was, especially in supporting writers. So we wanted Andrea back. And the fact that everything was done virtually allowed us to do that. Now, our plans for the future, I guess I should run and look ahead. We will be moving now, thankfully, that the pandemic is getting better. The conditions are getting better. We will be bringing fellows back in person, and hopefully very soon, from the beginning of the next academic year, all of the writing centers will be able to not only be working virtually, but also in person, and that is our goal. But I think now that they've developed expertise doing things in this virtual format, it's going to be a hybrid center. I think all of the centers will likely be hybrid, and that's great because in most cases, writing centers that were established in the US have always been physical operations, and people have had to struggle to transition to teaching writing and doing writing center consultations online. You guys got to start, thanks to the pandemic, you got to start with the virtual world, and now you will learn the in-person approaches to counseling and to writing center tutoring. Anyway, sorry. So let's talk about lessons learned. I'm going to transition because I'm looking at my time, and I told you I knew this was going to happen. Looking back, these walks down memory lane, we tend to ramble on. So I should move forward and look at our lessons learned so far. And one very important lesson, which will be a topic of one of our presentations later, is that there is no one-size-fits-all approach. So each academic writing center has to be tailored to the needs of its clients. And when we think about clients, we're talking not only about the individual writers, the students, the profs, but even the institution. So, and we will see this later, but this is absolutely what we intended in the original call for grant proposals. We wanted the awardee institutions to make these centers their own and to contextualize them within their universities. So as an example, if we have a very research-intensive university, their writing center may be focusing on something different than a writing center that is looking at teaching and service and preparing students for different roles. And of course, we might have universities who are looking at different student populations or different client populations. So some of our writing centers focused heavily on working with graduate level students, the S2s and the S3s, while others were focusing on working with S1 students, which again is completely appropriate because it's fitting the needs of the institution. Another lesson that we've learned is that there are no magic wands. And where I was thinking about this is the tip and tricks session. This has actually become, I have to say, Ibu Dian from my office will testify to this. When I hear about tips and tricks, that line, either in English or I know it's often used in Bahasa Indonesia as well, but when I hear tips and tricks, I kind of cringe because we like to talk about tips and tricks for anything, for solving any of the world's major problems. And we've seen, even so, before we did this project, there were other institutions, other entities, even some of the proposals we received were focusing on workshops on tips and tricks for getting published, tips and tricks for improving your writing. We see these as a kind of constant example in the genre of writing center pedagogy. Okay, so there's a role because tips and tricks workshops are nice. They're a little bit like candy. They draw you in and draw your audiences in. But what we really need to help those audiences understand is that improving their writing will require sustained effort, and sustained effort from them as individuals. So I'm sure the writing centers have found that their repeat clients are the ones who are benefiting most from this because they're the ones who have understood that you can't just come in and turn a key or have someone wave a magic wand and turn into an expert writer. You have to work at every single piece of writing, and you have to work in collaboration with the writing center tutors, with their peers, with others. And so I think our 4 centers have learned, they do the regular workshops because they do have to maintain the audiences, but helping the audience members understand that has been, I think, something that all 4 of the centers have achieved in slightly different ways. Another lesson learned is that we must have a solid foundation in these writing centers. And again, this is going to be addressed in another presentation, but basically the way that we approach writing in the institution, and if you will, the institutional writing curriculum, is the basis on which a writing center is built. So if we have universities where there's a very top-down directive, and I've seen this now in visiting different universities, but where there's a top-down directive that students at ever lower levels, all the way down to S1, must be publishing some paper, some form, some research in order to achieve their degree, yet the university does not make space in the curriculum for students to learn how to write those write for publication, there's a clear mismatch. So the AWC, just like we said, there's not a magic wand for individual writers. The AWC is also not a magic wand for a weak institutional curriculum. So an AWC is one element of the broader institution's efforts to prepare students at all levels to write for publication. And so it has to start with the foundation of how writing is incorporated into the institutional curriculum, either at the department level or possibly also at the department, faculty, or the whole university, I would argue. All right, and finally, the other thing we know, or the lesson we've learned, is that people matter. So at all four of the centers, over the course of the last year, our fellows and the directors of the centers have spent a great amount of their time working on the professional development of their tutors, training the writing center tutors. Because first of all, as other presenters will tell you, writing center pedagogy differs from large class writing pedagogy. And it's not something that I think is part of the ELT curriculum at this point. So the writing center tutors, the people working with the actual writers, had to learn about effective approaches to tutoring, either one-on-one, small group, but this was a big focus of this first year of getting these writing centers set up. Something else that I strongly advocate, and I know it's not possible in every institution, but I would argue that it's best to have writing center staff who are dedicated to the writing center, either full-time dedicated, that's the optimal case, or they are assigned to the writing center and possibly also doing graduate studies or something like that. But the idea is, I think, that I've observed in many cases, and I'm sure everybody in the audience will recognize this, the people who are very effective in their jobs at a university often get tapped for additional jobs. They get pulled in to other tasks because of the strength of their individual professional abilities. That's a wonderful testament to those people, but they cannot be equally effective if they're doing a million different tasks. We have an expression, jack of all trade, master of none. And that's what happens when we are divided across too many different tasks. My position is that it is best if a university assigns somebody to the writing center, they are devoted to the writing center so that they can build that expertise, either in the management of the center or in writing center pedagogy. Rather than saying, okay, you're going to take 5 hours in the writing center, you're going to take 5 hours in the language center, you're going to take 5 hours in the rector's office. If you're divided across too many things, it's difficult to develop expertise in any one of them. So those are some of the lessons learned. And again, I think some of our presenters later in the day will be expanding on these topics. Now, looking forward, what I really hope we can do is, first of all, maintain momentum. And this conference today is a great example of that. We have to have not just the big annual conferences, but smaller conferences that are focused like this one on writing center pedagogy. We could also see publications, and I would actually take this as an opportunity to encourage our writing center directors, our tutors, Andrea and other fellows, to consider writing about these experiences for English Teaching Forum, for example, or for other journals in the field. There are journals related directly to writing center pedagogy. There are second language studies in second language writing. There are multiple publications where your experiences in the writing centers in Indonesia would be relevant to share with the rest of the global audience that I mentioned is struggling with the same thing. So I would highly encourage people to consider publishing about their experiences. And then the other thing I was thinking about was, how do we keep this community of practice going? And just as by luck, I logged on a little bit early, and Ibu Yusnita made the suggestion that we should have regular meetings and with bringing, AWC people together, Indonesian AWC people together. And that's a perfect idea. That's a wonderful idea. And that's a very easy idea that we've now learned, thanks to the pandemic, that we don't have to be in the same city to have these meetings with fellow members of this community of practice of Writing Center staff. So I would highly encourage that, and if our office can help with that, we certainly will do so. Just to keep the momentum going. And I'm sure there are other ways to do so that I haven't mentioned, but that is critical. We cannot let the momentum we've gained in this first year end because the original grant period is over. Another thing looking forward, we have to continue professional development. So I would encourage everyone to continue looking for opportunities throughout Indonesia and globally to continue learning about writing center pedagogy or about academic writing pedagogy, sorry. And on the screen, you will see an announcement. I just wanted to share something current. This is actually something that is more focused on student audiences. It's through our AWC Center here in Jakarta, but it's a virtual program. But again, it's in partnership with the American Institute for Indonesian Studies, AFIS, with a number of Indonesian professors and American professors who have worked, either Indonesians who have studied in North America or US professors who have worked in Indonesia, who are all interested in helping Indonesian students and scholars write better. So this first session happened this week, unfortunately, but this is an 11-part series that is being offered through AWC that you might recommend to your students, but that you might also watch as writing instruction practitioners, so that you can get ideas from them for writing pedagogy. So if you can either take a look at AWC or at the Reload Jakarta Instagram, and we will be sharing information about these writing sessions that are going on for the next month. An additional professional development opportunity that I would like to mention, which is coming soon, is another MOOC by Iowa State University on teaching academic writing. So this one will go a little bit beyond the notion of teaching writing through writing centers and managing writing centers, but we'll look at writing pedagogy more broadly. So this may apply both to writing center contexts and larger class contexts. So that will be in July and August of this year. So again, look at follow the Relo Archipelago Instagram or Facebook if you haven't already, because we'll announce there when we will have signups and call for applications. But there will be many, many more opportunities. So at any time, we should keep looking for those chances to grow. The other thing I would suggest is that we need to look at how we expand the network of writing centers in Indonesia, because the goal of our original call for funding, and maybe even this whole project, was kind of to plant the seed here, because writing centers, we did find that there had been efforts previously to establish writing centers at a few universities, but they weren't terribly successful, they weren't sustained. But I think we found a model now where writing centers can be sustained, and I think that model needs to be replicated at other Indonesian universities. Now, I cannot guarantee that the US Embassy will have additional calls for funding proposals. We may not. It's all contingent upon, as we say, contingent upon funding. And our Congress just approved our budget yesterday. So we're always waiting for congressional approval of our budgets. And then we have to figure out what we can do in terms of funding. So I know you can't always count on funding coming from the US Embassy or the RELO, but I think there are ways to, again, replicate this model through other sources of funding, either through the university or through, again, Indonesian government sources, either the Ministry of Education and Culture and Research, or BRIN, or LIPI, or some of the other research funding organizations that operate in Indonesia. I think the 4 centers have developed expertise now on things, on operations of writing centers. You have a sense of what is required for budgeting and funding. And so you can share that very logistical, like basic logistical information that, quite frankly, academics aren't always great at. But sharing that information with others may help them be able to make a pitch to their university administration or to another ministry or what have you for funding to open new writing centers. And I think, again, this is a need that is not unique to individual universities or countries. So colleagues from around Indonesia will welcome any guidance you can provide them to replicate your models. Now, closing thoughts. I see I'm almost out of time. So I just want to say that in closing, as Ibu Utari said earlier, these writing centers are babies. They're 1 year old. And so, like I said, it's really just the beginning, the first chapter, and where you take your writing centers from here will be very, very dependent upon your creativity, your ideas, and your commitment. Our office, the Regional English Language Office at the US Embassy, will continue to support these writing centers. As I mentioned, next academic year, hopefully we'll have fellows to come in. We will continue to support the writing centers for as long as we can, because we do want to see them thrive. But really, the onus, if you will be on all of you as the Indonesian administrators and instructors who are involved in the writing centers, to really make it work in the Indonesian context. I am very grateful to everyone who has worked as a partner with us to allow me for this short period that I've been lucky enough to live in your country, to be part of this effort, because I am really convinced that this is something that could truly make a difference in your institutions, as long as we are able to keep them going, keep them thriving. And so I hope that if I am lucky enough to return to Indonesia, either professionally or personally, in 5 years, 10 years, that your writing centers will still be not only going, but going strong, and that the model will have been expanded to other universities. But again, it's been a very exciting and interesting ride, if you will, with you. And I thank you all for allowing me to join you. I think I'll wrap there, but again, if you would like further information, please feel free to reach out to us at our Relo Jakarta at state.gov, or by following us on Facebook or Instagram at Relo Archipelago, if you haven't already done so. Ibu Yusnita, I will turn it back over to you. If we have time for questions, I would be happy to take some.
Right. Thank you so much, Pak Brett. Everyone, that was a very hopeful closing from Pak Brett, that we are still in chapter 1. We have a lot to go moving forward. We hope that we can hold hands together and do all of this together. We have about 6-7 minutes for question and answer. This is a golden opportunity for all of us to have Pak Brett answering our question. If you have any, please raise your hand and shout out your question if you have one. Welcoming Ibu Maria. Selamat pagi, Ibu Maria. In our audience, Pak Brad, we have our colleagues from the 4 universities. We have students from Universitas Negeri Malang and some neighboring universities. We have colleagues from Kediri, from Palangkaraya. And we started with 30 audience early this morning. At this point, we have almost 80 participants. Thank you so much, participants, for joining us.
Thank you all for joining.
If you have any question, once again, everyone, please feel free to ask your question while we have Pak Brad here.
I would just like to share a comment while we wait for questions.
Yes, please.
So I found Pak Brad's words very motivating. It's been a challenging year, so it's kind of nice to see the recap and see where we can go. And I love the idea of expanding the network because it's something I've been just thinking about is now that we are coming up on the 1-year mark and how to grow writing centers in Indonesia, but also how to share what we've done as 4 universities. There's a lot of startup work as far as developing policies, procedures, finding resources, all of those things that we can share with other universities that are interested in potentially establishing a writing center of their own. So I think there's a way that we can sort of maybe expedite establishing writing centers elsewhere, as long as we're all working collaboratively. And I'd love to see this community of practice established. And it's something I'm excited about and hoping that I can help facilitate over the next few months if there's opportunity. And one just last comment is Pak Brad mentioned the need for publishing and getting the word out. So I just wanted to share that Courtney Scarborough and I, she's the Vel from UI, UE, excuse me, and we have 2 articles in progress, and one will be for the, well, we'll see if they're accepted, but one's for the English Teaching Forum around academic writing center development, and then the other is more around tutor identity and kind of creating what's it, how does a tutor sort of develop and become a tutor versus a teacher? So thank you.
Wonderful. Congratulations, Andrea.
Thanks. In progress. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing the good news, Andrea. And probably we can highlight something from Pak Brad's presentation is that there is no magic wands, everyone. So we need to do continuous effort to develop and sustain writing center. And for us, one of the struggle is also how to build the sense of belonging into the writing center. So we are working on, first of all, putting good words in to invite people to the writing center. We come up with, this is Andrea's suggestion, we come up with Write Well with Academic Writing Center. That's what we use so far as a slogan, so that people would then hopefully get to know more and more about the writing center. For the writing center itself, in Indonesian, we would call it AWC. In some discussion, we would call it AWC, which is a bit mouthful for us Indonesians. So we would sometimes also use the term like writing center, which is also easier and more familiar for people. We want to have a distinguishing point between what we do and other services in English language education that's been done so far. So again, all of the points in your presentation, I should agree with all of them, especially with the point of how people matter, how this is a global phenomena, that we're not alone. Everybody's doing all of this as an academics in universities. We have similar demands. So again, everyone, moving forward, we have a lot of homework to do. and hopefully in the next couple of years, we will continue growing in Indonesia. Pak Brett, thank you so much for your presentation. We have learned a lot from your presentation this morning. Everybody, please give your round of applause for Pak Brett by putting up your emojis.
Thank you, Ibu Yusnita. If anyone has any questions but was too shy to ask or didn't have time to ask, please feel free to send them to me via email at that email address. And otherwise, again, thank you very much for allowing me to speak this morning.
That's an honor for us. Thank you so much, Pak Brett. Everybody in the audience, moving on from great presentation from Pak Brett, we are going to move on into another great presentation from our colleagues from Universitas Indonesia. Ibu Harni Kartikaningsih is the director of the Academic Writing Center at Universitas Indonesia. We are proud to be able to work together with Ibu Harni as one of the awardee from RILO to develop or establish writing centers in Indonesian universities. Ibu Harni will present a material on bridging disciplinarity, see, it's mouthful for me, managing complexities, a workshop model to support academic writers. We hope to learn much more from Ibu Harni's presentation. Ibu Harni.
Hello, good morning all. Thank you very much for the warm welcome, Dr. Yusnita. We met again. I think we had the same background for our PhD, I guess. We did it in Australia, so some fellow Australia there. And thank you for the invite. First time I received the email, I got excited because it's such a good place, and like what Pak Brett has mentioned before, this is an exciting opportunity and a wonderful one for us to move forward to, push publication, and not just that, but nurturing Indonesian researchers who need to publish in English and in Indonesian as well. So thank you for the warm welcome also to Ibu Utari, who already opened the conference today, and Andrea. So Courtney has been mentioning your name, talking about the research. So it's been wonderful to virtually meet you. Maybe someday we can meet in IRL, like the new generation said. And my gratitude I would like to address my gratitude to Dr. Bradley Horn and Ibu Dian, who's been all along, been very generous and support the establishment of AWC, UI, and across Indonesia, in East Java to be particular. And I think we just felt that your wings are behind us. So we felt really supported when we could move forward. So I'm going to share my screen today. Hope you could see it now. All right. So what I'm going to share today is a bit of a local practice that we have been having. We have been, building in our academic writing center. So we're going, among other services that we are offering, we have consultations, we have OWL, or the online writing group, which we adapt from the Shut Up and Write movement. We are going to focus now on a workshop. So yes, there's a lot of syllables there, like bridging disciplinarity, managing complexities, a workshop model to support academic writers. And this is, it's a part of sharing and local practice from UI, really. So if you think that you could adopt it and recontextualize it and get some benefit from what we've been practicing, I'd be really happy. So that would be my overarching goal for today's talk. So upon working on the workshop, because this is at the same time, the very first time for us at UI to establish Academic Writing Center, we are thinking about the situation that we have at the moment, not just about the pandemic, but also the demand, because it is pandemic. We have to hold everything online, but we have to move forward. We have to survive and thrive as human beings and as academic being, really, because even though the pandemic never stopped and our demand to publish is just, simply does not stop as well. So I'm going to talk about the context that we have at UI. Then I'm going to discuss about the kind of curriculum we have at our workshop and how we actually structure our workshop. Then I'll be delivering some sort of like conclusion or closing remarks, really. And that I would like to call it CODA because it's a continuous journey, really. Now, when we are talking about education, I'd like to adopt this principle, a threefold perspective of education. So when we're building up sort of education center or everything that is oriented to education, we think about the curriculum or what to teach, the pedagogy, how to teach it, and how we evaluate it or what the results are, really. So I think this is the kind of principle that all educators across the world know. And what I want to translate today to our practice in Writing Center is what kind of topics of the workshop as the curriculum, the kind of pedagogy or the structures, how do we deliver our workshop, and what are the results. And we want to gain that from survey results and the reflection as practitioners. So these are like the three things that we carry out throughout our workshop modeling. Now, when we are working on cooking the recipe of the kind of workshop that would work in our center, we have this core theme. You know Courtney, some of you already know Courtney and Bainda, or we call it Baina. We are like the core team who will cook the recipe, who will decide what kind of curriculum we're going to have. And then we have this intensive discussion weekly to determine and decide what kind of curriculum, what kind of structure that we're going to do. So basically, it's like the core team that work behind everything. And we've been drawing on resources and references from academic, references for writing and academic English to be put together in our workshop. Now, before that, what I'm going to tell you is, because this is some sort of local practices, I want you to have a bit of illustration of what kind of context we have at UI. So we try to draw on needs analysis, the kind of limitations we have, and the kinds of demands from the academic disciplines. From the needs analysis that we draw on, we know that our clients want to understand English grammar. They want to understand the formats and rhetorical styles of journal articles. They want to write a good discussion section as well as use academic language. They also want to learn to write a concise abstract and even how to read journal articles. But one thing that we need to reflect on these surveys are that those are users who are good at their field. They know what they're doing, but they need a bit of support in terms of language, academic language in particular. So we are trying to be careful when interpreting something like understanding English grammar, because what we know, both linguists and educator, the kind of grammar that used in communicative competence, for example, would be different from academic competence. And these are something that helps us to, shape or select the kind of topics we'll be having. And the other thing is that when we talk about academic discipline, we've got science and humanities, and Universitas Indonesia cater a lot of fields, different fields and different language demands. What I mean by different language demands is something I'm going to introduce you to kind of continuum in which knowledge structure is built differently. From science, we've got this hierarchical knowledge structure. It's more vertical in a way. So that's why in science, like physics and biology, there are a lot of technicalities in terms of technical terms. A lot of the academic language, briefly speaking, relying on the mastery of these technical terms and relationship between these technical terms. And whereas those who are in the horizontal knowledge structure or in the humanities, they need to be strong in terms of abstraction. So that means they need to be able to construe experience in simple phrase or simple noun groups, and then make relationship and argue with using a lot of evaluative language. And for a workshop that cater the whole clients across university, the grad students as well as the faculty members, this is something that we need to be careful in selecting the topics. We don't want something to be too vertical or too technical that those from humanities cannot access, or it is too abstract that those in science this looks like everyday language, but it's something, there's some sort of middle ground that we want to draw on. And there's also people here in social science and linguistics, like where I'm from, that use both. We could rely on technical terms, but we could also be highly abstracted. So this is something that we, think really hard to put on our curriculum. Now, to sum up the key considerations of the kind of context we have, so we've got various demands from student and faculty members and classify them, but we also need to think about the academic calendar because it will determine the kind of language demands that our clients would need. For example, for the first enrollment, after their enrollment, they would begin to read literature review. They haven't begun collecting data yet, but they are preparing the kind of research they want to do. So most of the time they would do a lot of reading. They would need assistance and support in tackling reading, abstract, for example, reading and selecting journals and getting introduced to the kind of academic language. Whereas for the next semester, students would be, most of the time, they already finished their data analysis. So they already have a sort of draft. And so the kind of support that should be provided, it should be something like help them editing, for example, or revising, or actually, something close to what they have because they already have a draft. The other thing that should be considered is that we were in the middle of pandemic. We were not allowed to hold workshop offline. So the only available platform available at that time is Zoom. So we have to do it fully online. And the time blank, I think everybody's familiar with, our clients or students' attention span. If we want to hold like 4 hours workshop, that would be demanding. And the other interesting finding from our, reflective practices is that they would attend workshop at the same time they're doing things. So they sort of enjoying juggling between attending workshop, and at the same time they may be attending another thing. So that's considered time-wise. And of course, the demands. Okay, so I think the some sort of noise or voice is gone. Now I could move on. Okay, now we could now go to the workshop curriculum. So after those contexts and consideration, now we could now determine or decide the kind of curriculum we'll be having. Now, when we design the workshop curriculum, we want sort of topics to meet demands of writers across discipline. So of course, there is no one size fits all. The more specific you're studying in university, the more specific the demands of the language. But there is a middle ground that could help all writers so that they could come to our workshop. And we also want to reformulate the kind of EFL-oriented topics to more academic English. So we want to move forward from the regular, writing building block from sentence, paragraph, and then text. We want something more academic English because that would make more sense for our clients. And we also want to draw on actual examples from various academic disciplines so that they could feel closer at home. Because basically, the more they understand the field, the better it is that they could grasp the ideas of, academic language. So upon selecting the topics, we think about the academic literacy skills, academic calendar, as I mentioned, and attention to research writing process. We've got the beginning to write for those who just started their research, or usually in the first semester of the year, or the almost done, as we call it, because they're actually done the data analysis, they've had a draft, they just don't know how to revise or edit, for example. So we organize those sources and give examples from actual articles. So we want something that is accessible and appealing to participants across the field. Then we also infuse that with knowledge about academic language. So we would step up to abstraction and technicalities, a sort of technical grammar, for example, of if you're familiar with nominalization, like the way we use noun groups within sentence that it's often found in academic articles, something like that. And I'll give you one example of the the kind of academic article that we use for our workshop. So it's actually quite humorous in a way, but it's actually a real, real experiment. So the effect of meat consumption on body odor attractiveness. So it's very dense, but it has some sort of, it's dense. It has a good examples of academic language that we could deconstruct, that we could assist clients to identify, but it's actually quite appealing in a way because, meat consumption and body odor. So we don't really want to convert them into veganism, really. We just want to introduce something like this. There's this sort of research that we could use that is accessible in terms of, topics for all of our clients. But we could also draw examples on the kind of language that we could see this, that there's this very dense use of words really, or technical terms like written subject, experimental, auxiliary, body odor, something really complex, but it's something that could be, used, for example. Yeah. And these are the two popular series from our center. So the first one is academic writing strategies. It's to do with how we help clients to revise, edit, and make their draft better. So our workshop began at the second semester, which means that they already have draft. Those clients who come to our consultation usually want to consult their writing, their manuscript, and they want to make that better. So that's why we put this as a first series, because it's basically help them to self-revise, to self-edit, and style and clarity. And the second series, just the beginning of the enrollment year, which means that they need more support on collecting sources and how to synthesize it. And we have this popular paraphrasing and summarizing and synthesizing sources. So those are the series that we have, the curriculum that we have at AWC. Now I'm going to move on and how we actually structure our workshop, how we actually put those curriculum into practice. Hope I'm good in time, but do let me know, Dr. Yusmita, if I'm out of line, I'm out of time. Okay. So for the implementation, we did it. All of our workshops were conducted fully online via Zoom. We only have like 2 hours and a mid-break. Then we try to maximize online resources on apps that are available. So we don't have workshop that is more than 2 hours. If we want to have a follow-up question and answer, we could do so at the end, but the workshop itself is 2 hours with a mid-break. So around, so each session would not last more than 50 minutes. Yeah, there will be 5 to 10 minute break in between. So when we put on our curriculum into practice, we first start with a sort of what we call as explaining. We introduce the terms, we introduce the kind of strategies to use. Then we demonstrate how we use it before we move on to joint exercise. So for example, here, we were talking about the summary of central to academic writing, why summary is needed, the kind of summary that is necessary. Then we move on to demonstrating the kind of anatomy of a basic summary. So after we explain the terms, introducing new knowledge about language if necessary, we demonstrated why you need it and what are the anatomy, what are the apparatus of this particular thing that we are explaining. Or this is another example too of explaining to demonstrating. Then we put that into joint practice that we often do with via Google Documents and question and answers through via Zoom chat. So joint practice via Google Docs is actually very helpful. Not all participants are,
Dia belum ketemu aja pekerjaannya.
Okay, but okay, I'm going to continue now. I did cut off my attention with some noise. Anyway, so we put that into practice to Google Docs. We invite the participants to write down, to join the exercises that have been distributed to them, and we discuss each of their answer in there and highlighting the strength and what to improve really. So it's actually a very productive practice, because some of the participants who are quite shy. So we should admit that some people are quite shy to, being on the spotlight and ask questions. They could participate, using anonymity, and then they will be put name, and then there will be, jumping into practice. They could ask questions via Zoom chat. But that's what we mean by maximizing resources, because joint practice will make a difference for those after being explained and being demonstrated. They have this hand-on, exercise afterwards. So that's actually how we actually contextualize our workshop. Then I'm just moving on to at the end of my presentation. Generally, we've got positive survey evaluations that we draw on from our participant, and I think we're glad to say that there's often positive participant turnout. So they register, people could register like to reach like 100, but then when they turn out, it's usually half. So we've got quite big numbers, sometimes like 50 participants or 30 participants. That's quite huge. But I think by the structure that we have, we could quite manage all those big number of participants. And I think we're very happy that we could see active engagement during workshop, which means that they are interested in and they want to, use it and apply it directly for their own research or writing. Now, I think what I could think about, we could think about online workshop model as a choice. I think Pak Brad previously has mentioned that we're moving on a hybrid, learning situation. And then what we could think about is that online, we could be a bit, worried that this could not be a good model. But what we can think about now is it could be a choice for us to do a workshop. We could reinterpret participant engagement and integrate popular apps that we could use and it's accessible for the participants. And I think it's also important to make the topics are accessible and appealing, especially when we're dealing with participants or clients from across disciplines. And the other thing I think that would be useful, especially if you want to get some positive participant turnout, to strategically place the topic throughout the semester. I think if we know the trends, the kind of curriculum that already exists in the university, that would actually reflect the kind of topic that we could place across the year for our center. So a bit of the reference that I'm using for this paper. And thank you for all. These are our small team at AWC UI, and you could visit us in our Instagram and our website. Sorry, we were a bit playful, so I think we should stop there here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We really like the spirit that you have in UI Writing Center, very cheerful and happy. We should do the same thing as well. Thank you so much, Ibu Harni, for your presentation. Everyone, this is one experience that Ibu Harni has kindly shared with us from the Writing Center at Universitas Indonesia. Now we are open for a question and answer session. If you have any question, please raise your hand and Ibu Harni will respond to your question. By the way, we have a comment from Ibu Tari in the chat box. She said that she has an idea, or she thinks that academic writing center in Indonesia can be possibly established soon. It will be very fruitful for the members. It's a great idea. So we are going to probably be able to make it global, Indonesia-wide, hopefully. Audience, if you have any questions, you can raise your hand, saying hello to Bapak Wawan Eko Yulianto from Machung University as well. Pak Brett, you just raise your hand.
Smita, could I actually, not a question, but a comment. I stupidly forgot to mention that Ibu Harni is actually going to be participating in the series at America, right, Ibu Harni?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, I said yes.
Sorry, it's my old brain. I forget these things, but so kudos to Ibu Harni. This is another example of how we are promoting AWCs through these other channels as well. So thank you very much, Ibu Harni.
Thanks to you too, Pak Brett.
As a matter of fact, Pak Brett, Ibu Dian has kindly shared with us the information about the class at America. Ibu Dian has invited all of the PICs from each of the writing centers, and we are honored to be given a chance, to be given opportunities as well as co-facilitators in the event. So it will be great opportunities for us to learn more and more about academic writing.
Yes, to learn more and to promote more, to promote your own
To promote
effort.
more, yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Exactly. Super.
Thank you so much. Questions?
Could encourage participants to use chat box as well if they want to ask. That's, you know.
Definitely. If you're too shy to speak up, we have the chat box to write your question in. It's Ramadan, Ibu Harni. Probably people are not as energized when it is not. However, I would also like to appreciate everyone to spend their Ramadan morning with us.
Very productive.
I have a question for Ibu Harni, if I may, while we wait for others. How many workshops does your writing center, how frequent are they? Maybe you mentioned that and I missed it, but just curious.
Okay, so this is how we out in our center. We have 5 in total, but we repeat it frequently. For example, in first semester, there will be 5, but then we will repeat it because, you know, sometimes clients wanted to attend the first series, but they could not. But what we want to offer is that this is something that you need to take it, all of it. You can take one bit of it, one topic, and then the other. So there is no sort of obligation to do all, or it's not something that is hierarchically structured. Okay, so that's just what we do. And the other thing is the rationale behind those way of, you know, doing, I think we call it a cycle of the series, is that we want to modify. I think we need modification. We use action research to operate in the center because, you know, this is the burden of doing things at the very first time. We don't want to make blunder, but look, it's not blunder. We want to modify it. If something's going wrong, we modify it and make it into better practice. So we could have a slight difference to our second round of the workshop series, which means we provide betterment, something like that. So it's like a modification, and then until we got it. This is what I think that caters the needs of the workshop. So one semester we could conduct for a 6 to 8 workshop. And I think we could add more actually if we want, but we had a small team and I don't want them to overwork because they also are consultants. Yeah. So we try to, you know, manage who's going to run this workshop and who's going to do consultation.
I like your approach though, of really kind of specializing in and tying it into the cycle of the semester. I think that's a good idea, that something we could think maybe more about as well. So thanks for planting that seed. Yeah.
Yeah. I think this is part of the reflection too, Andrea, because we understand that there is some sort of peak season for consultation, which means that will be like the second half of the year where they already have draft. So usually when it's the peak season for consultation, they don't really want to attend workshop. There's a tendency people coming from workshop would decline. But when it's the beginning of the year, they would attend the workshop until they're prepared, but the consultation service will quite declining. So I think it's part of the normal situation in university. And
we're just kind of finding the rhythm of our students and our clients. And there's been unexpected dips in consultations and then unexpected demand. So but as just early stages, like Pak Brad said, we're babies, right? So
we're only beginning to learn the pattern of the peak season and the low season.
Of course, yeah.
Thank you.
And thank you so much, Andrea and Ibu Harni, for the discussion. We learned from that as well. We have a question here from Dorothy Ferrari. I am wondering if the tutors find it challenging to teach students from such a diverse background. Do you think academic writing class for specific field, for example, academic writing for the field of engineering would be more useful? As you mentioned, there is a different style of writing. So for example, in science, it can be more technical. Dorothy is from University College London Institute of Education.
Yeah. Hello, Dorothy. Thank you for your questions. Yes, I think this has been a lot of discussion in terms of academic discourse and research and academic writing. I think what will be beneficial, reflecting on the practice at UE, in the beginning of the workshop, we have this sort of trial in which we have designing workshops specific for each field. So we've got those who are hard science, engineering, and medical. We've got those who are majoring in humanities and social science. So we have 4 specifically designed for each participant. Those are useful in terms of the topics, especially you can gain, or you could draw on a lot of resources from actual academic articles publishing in that field. And our survey results mention that these are very helpful to highlight the kind of language that they actually use, and something to do with close to home. But if it is to do with your question is about specific field would be more useful, I think the idea of being useful depending on the context. The one we have in UE is that these workshops should cater all students. And if we want to make it more specific, just one field at a time, we are risking other clients who are in need as well. So I think that's why we try to bridge those differences into workshop. That is, we just have this one step ahead of the topic. For example, synthesizing sources across disciplines. All researchers need to synthesize sources because they want to, place in a conversation and argue where their research is. But if you have demand, for example, from specific discipline, for example, Faculty of Engineering wanted you to specifically design a workshop, then you can go down that deep. So I think it basically being, the term of use or usefulness specifically tied to context and the demand that you are doing. But then again, participants really appreciate if you could talk something drawing from actual example of their field. So how to manage this? I think you could try having workshop particularly for different discipline. But if you are required to do something that, something that serve all faculty members and serve all clients from across disciplines, you could think about something that is shared across discipline. And of course, when you try to put example, and you could highlight the differences so that they could identify and have a takeout after the workshop. I think that I could say for that. I hope that's helpful for you, Dorothy.
All right. Thank you so much, Ibu Harni, for the response to Dorothy's question. Dorothy, do you have any feedback, follow up, or any comments on the comments from Bu Harni?
No, I think I find it really difficult teaching academic writing to those who are writing for like engineering, so more technical. So that's why I was wondering what kind of challenges that the tutors find when teaching, if let's say their background actually is not in engineering, so because obviously different journal has different type of style of writing as well, right? So you need to understand the journal quite well to see what kind of writing style that they accept to be published. So that's why I asked that question. But thank you very much for the answer. I completely agree with you. I think it's great if we can do it at faculty or field level, but at the same time, if let's say you're required to teach the whole faculties in your university, I think it will be great to actually just do it quite generic, but at the same time stating that you need to have a look at the specific field and specific journal. Thank you.
Yeah, if you want to, I could share some references that would be very helpful to, the kind of language is useful in science and engineering. It's challenging, and somehow it could be intimidating with the technical terms and technical grammar, but they're amazingly simple actually. So I would love to share those references, and I could, share my email to Ibu Yusnita, and you could reach out to me if you like.
That will be great. Thank you.
Dorothy, we will reach out to you and we will give you the UI Academic Writing Center's email address so that you can contact further Ibu Harni for the references. Thank you very much, Ibu Harni, for being very kind to share the references. Dear all participants, we are going to move into our next agenda, which is the first parallel session. In the next session, we are going to have 3 rooms available for presentations. In room number 1, Ibu Lestari Satyawati will be presenting about secondary school teachers' problem in writing. And then in room 2, Ibu Arfiana will be presenting about the correlation between students' writing, between the ability and the motivation when they have to use Google Translate in the classroom. In room 3, everyone, we will have our fellow, Andrea Mason-Gardner, talking about how Academic Writing Center is like snowflakes, very beautiful, and how every writing center is unique. Team, please set up the breakout room. You can check the breakout room at the panel down the bottom, everyone, and you are set to be able to go to the rooms that you want to go in. Udah tahu roomnya masing-masing? Iya, nggak apa-apa. Karena
Oh,
everyone. Welcome back to the main room. I hope you have great sessions in the parallel sessions just now. We are back here, everyone, to listen to the second plenary talk. The next talk will be given by Ibu Diah Aryani Arimbi, the Director of Academic Writing Center at Universitas Airlangga. Ibu Diah Aryani Arimbi will be presenting a paper with the topic Writing for Success, Academic Writing in the Academia. Ibu Diah Aryani Arimbi.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Yusnita. Good morning, everyone. I hope you are all well. Still within the pandemic, I think we must be very grateful that we can all be here for our conference. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude to Ibu Yusnita for inviting me here and the Academic Writing Center at the Universitas Negeri Malang. Okay, allow me to share my screen, to share the screen. Yes. So, okay. So what I'm going to present here is the ideas of academic writing at the universities, how to work it out. Because these all the experiences that we get from our writing clinic and our writing consultations at the Academic Writing Center at Universitas Airlangga. So based on what we learn from our fellows, Professor Art Schneider, and then what he has done with the students. So what I'm going to share here is based on our experience in academic writing. I don't think it's new because this is something that probably all of us have gone through. So this is based on our experience. So hopefully if we can share with this, it will help others to write better. Okay, so of course, you know, to be a successful writer, I know of only two methods: read a lot and write a lot. And I think this is true when it comes to writing, because writing has a lot of things to do with reading. So I suppose that if we read a lot, then it helps us. It really helps us construct patterns in our mind of how to read, how to write better. I think because one way or the other, reading and writing is something that's connected, and writing is probably the highest competence in English in language learning. That's why, of course, especially writing in the academia for college students is scary, and we all have been through this, right? So the problem always be, you know, we have the idea that once we become a student, either in bachelor, master, or PhD degree, you know, we can always start writing easily. But the fact is completely different, right? So always we have this writer's block, yeah. One sentence and it's done. Yeah, how can I overcome this? Where do I begin? So this is something that is very common, even for those who are professional writers or even advanced writers. It's not an easy thing to write. So that's why when we talk to our students or those who participants in our clinic and consultations, this is something that they have to overcome first, you know, feeling scared, starting to write, especially where to start. Yeah, because of course, you know, there are so many things and sometimes it's overwhelming, especially writing at university. Yeah, so many of us, well, based on on our participants, most of them are clueless. What kind of writing at the university? How is it different from the high school, or even if you are in master or PhD degree, how is it different from the previous degree, the bachelor degree or master degree for a PhD student? So it's not something that we can easily spot. Okay, this is academic writing, this is not academic writing. So if I may give an example, so the only real difference between terrifying situations and make writing enjoyable is the level of skill. Of course, this needs a lot of practices and it's really time consuming. Yeah. So what usually when we have when we conduct the clinics or the consultation, what art and all the tutors that involve in the process, so we always share with our participants to focus. Yeah. So it's overwhelming because especially in Indonesia, because we don't have really how do you say, regulation of, oh, you should write in 5,000 words, or you should write in 50,000 words. Even if that we have that limitation in terms of the numbers that we have to write, it's still overwhelming. So the challenge is always be what to put and what not to put, yeah, in the writing. So there are so many ways that you could put it all together. So we always tell our participants to just focus on one thing, yeah, because otherwise the writer's block will not be over. Okay, so this is an example of academic writing, where if you spot the difference between, let's say, non-academic writings like everyday English, you will see the citations, the diction, and I think this is the difference that usually we share with our participants. Audience, of course, audience will be different in terms of academic writing or even journalism writing, and then the tone, because it's not something that we write when we support someone in terms of language. Of course, it's academic writing, content, perspective, and aim. So these are usually things that we share with our participants in our academic writings clinic or consultation. Okay, so that's why to be a successful academic writer, so of course, because it's different than any other kind of writing, so usually we work with them in terms of, the ability to analyze, brainstorming to find the suitable topic, and then do a lot of research, and then plan of attack with writing. I mean, after we are doing the research, so the challenge will be, we sit down and put it in writing, and then the first draft, and then revise and edit. So this is something that we emphasize, the revise and edit, because more often than not in our university, doesn't really matter whether it is English or Indonesians academic work, academic piece. More often than not, when students submit it to the board of examiners or to the professor as a part of assignment, the idea of edit or having editor or second reader or peer is not there. I mean, most of the time when we ask them, they usually finish the writing and then send it to the professor or send it to the board of examiner. So revise and edit doesn't seem to be important, unfortunately. Yeah, and this is actually I don't know whether it is cultural or not, but we tend to be okay to send our writing with grammatical errors or with the typos or with the misspelling, So I think we need to emphasize to our students and also our participants and our clients that between the first draft and then the final draft, we have a lot of revisions and editing. And this is where I think it's very, very important to have an academic writing center, because culturally, at least, students at Erlangga University, at my university, hardly, they send their writing to editors or proofreader before, submitting to the board of examiners for examination or submitting for the professors. And I think I think this problem needs solution, and one of the solution is having these academic writing centers. I just finished sitting for PhD close examination, and I was really surprised. I mean, even in Bahasa Indonesia, the way the way the dissertation is written in Bahasa Indonesia, so many grammatical errors and so many typos and everything. And when I asked the student, she said that she didn't ask someone to be second reader or editor or proofreader. So that's why I think this is the very, very importance of having academic writing center. And then, of course, the second step is the references. Oh, this is something also that for us to remember the idea of plagiarism, because in our writing clinics, we encounter this problem a lot. I mean, a lot. And even our fellow, Pak Art, he was really surprised with this, because he was hoping that our participants have more awareness on plagiarism, but it turned out they didn't have strong awareness of plagiarism. I think this is probably something that cultural, in a sense that for Indonesians, copying someone's work or citing a source improperly somehow, it's not a big thing. So I guess we have to change the perspectives on this, and it happens a lot, not only not only done by our participants in our academic writings clinic or consultation, but students as well, bachelor student, master student, even PhD student. So this is something that we need to over and over remind them about plagiarism, although we know that we already have the tool to turn it in, but it doesn't really help, right? So this is we usually give a section on plagiarism in our writing clinic. So the way, many kinds of reasons why people plagiarize. So, but plagiarism is plagiarism. Although we have to turn it into check, but still we need to be sure that we do not resort to it. Yeah. So make sure we're safe, because there's been many cases alleged plagiarism in our universities. So we have to be really careful with this. So that's why in our class in academic consultations and academic writing clinic. So we ask our participants to do all these keywords when it comes to have a successful academic piece, yeah, academic manuscript. Planning, critical thinking, this is a bit of problem for us. Referencing also, because it has something to do with plagiarism. Earlier, well-supported points, the structure, because this is probably the easiest part, because when it comes to the structure in academic writing, it's always the same. It doesn't really matter, a short paper, a research paper, a journal article, undergraduate thesis, master thesis, or even dissertation, PhD dissertations. So the structure is more or less the same. And then evidence-based arguments, because more often than not, our participants, when they write claims, they just write the claims without the support, you know, so their claims are not justified. And then the language, the logical development in terms of language, coherent, cohesion, the plot that goes easy and smooth, and also the grammar. So these are the things that we share with the participants in our academic writing centers classes. So the structure and the language is very, very important as the backbone of the writing. I think any kind of writing, that's why we put focus on this, because more often we have participants who are not within the expertise that we know. So that's why we will focus on structure and language. Okay, so characteristic of academic writings that we share with our participants, because with this guidance, it's easier for them to start writing. As I mentioned earlier, academic writing is scary, so what we need to do is focus, and with this, they can have more focus on the tone, the language, the approach, the outline, the point of view, and everything. So the characteristic planning, of course, you know, it is really good to have planning. So outlining the academic piece, yeah. And then outlining help us formulate our thoughts and the way we write, especially when it comes to the argument. The tone, of course, formal one, because sometimes our participants or our clients use construction, which is probably is avoided in academic writing because it's not a formal tone. So formal tone is used, the language is clear, and misspelling is one of the things that we find when it comes to language. So that's why we always remind our participants to use the words. In words, you have all these anonyms, synonyms, so they can correct spelling and etc. And point of view as a third person, because it's objective and not supporting opinion, which is more subjective. Deductive reasoning and analytical approach. Yeah. So in that way, our writing is pretty much within the parameters of a good or successful academic piece. Okay. And then again, you know, everything has to have a, how do you say, the lines of the title, abstract references, the body, table of content should be connected. Yeah, I call it the red lines. Yeah, the red line between, because sometimes between the title and the abstract and the research arguments are not connected. It happens all the time to our participants, especially when it comes to the title and the research argument. So what they put in the title is the result of the research rather than the title. Okay. So that's why what makes an academic writing good and successful: content, again, the selection, what is included, what is not included, focus, again, organization, logical, following conventional pattern. For, of course, all you have to follow the format. It's usually we call it in bahasa Indonesia gaya selingkung. So every journal, every field, they have its own pattern. Yeah, and then presentations. The writing style, the choice of words, phrases, so grammar, punctuation, spelling. Does it look good on the page? What about the typos, layout, or diagram? Is it clear or not? So these are what we share to our participant. Although many of them mostly have problems with this one, with the presentation. Especially the choice of words, the diction. Yeah. For this writing style, usually the guidance, but the choice of words and phrases are the most difficult things to to do in academic writing, based on our participants in our academic clinics and consultation. So these are the sources that may help, and we use as Purdue. This is very helpful. So I think if you encounter problems and you can access to these online sources, it will be very, very good. I think that's all for my presentations, because I only have about 20 minutes and I think it's right on time. So I have several 10 minutes for question and answer, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, that's correct, Ibu Dia. Terima kasih banyak. Thank you so much, Ibu Dia, for your presentation. The presentation from Ibu Dia, everyone, is very useful for us because we get into the hands-on experience into understanding the issues in clients' drafts. And there's a lot of suggestions and tips from Ibu Dia on how we should have developed our writing into the formal academic, acceptable academic form. Ibu Dia, we have a question from Ibu Enthusiastic. Would you mind telling us more about the strategies that Academic Writing Center at UNER have implemented in raising the students' awareness of plagiarisms? And why do you think these, referring to what you mentioned earlier, haven't worked well? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's really important questions, I guess, because it seems this is a huge problem for all of us, because the ideas of plagiarism is rather new. I think when I was a student in my college days in 1980s, we never heard of it. What is it what is it plagiarism? But now everyone seems to do with that. So what we do with the Academic Writing Center at my home university, we have this so-called in Bahasa Indonesia we call it socialization, yeah, sosialisasi. So we do it on regular basis, especially with our writing clinic classes and our writing consultations, because and also in our website we plan to put every sources that help students to avoid plagiarism. And Pak Art as the Velo, he was also teaching that in his classes in academic writing, academic clinics, writing clinics, and writing consultation. That there are several meetings or several part exclusive for plagiarism, because it's still a huge problem for us. But at UNER, usually during our student orientations for the bachelor or even master students, I think there is one section about plagiarism, because especially for the undergraduate student, this is something new, right? I don't know, because I suppose that in the high school they didn't learn about this, but in the university level, it's really important, especially when they write their thesis, undergraduate thesis. Not only that plagiarism is part of a requirement, because they have to do through the Turnitin. So at UNER, our consensus is about 20% of the Turnitin. But even so, then if it's more than 20%, the students have to review their writing. But if it's less than 20%, usually the examiners or the professor will have a chance to look which part is usually highlighted in Turnitin, in the similarity index. So that's how we help students aware of the plagiarism, because it is not something, it's definitely not easy for students, because it's something new, as I said earlier, especially for bachelor students. In our writing clinics and our writing consultations, there are special meetings, special sections exclusively for plagiarism. I hope that might answer your questions.
I think that's very clear for us, Ibu Enthusiastic. Do you want to follow up from the response from Ibu Dia?
No, yeah, that's quite clear. Thank you so much, Budia and Bu Yusnita.
Thank you so much, everyone. One more question, probably, from the audience. All right. Everybody, if you have a further question about Academic Writing Center at Universitas Airlangga, you can browse in the Instagram. It's easy to find Academic Writing Center at Universitas Airlangga. Ibu Dia, thank you so much for sharing with us your experience in understanding clients' draft and how to give tips for better writing from UNER's experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ibu Yusnita. Thank you all. Hope you all good day for all of you, and stay healthy and stay safe. Bye.
Thank you. You too, Ibu. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Everybody, when we were planning this conference, we forget to calculate that it would be Ramadan time. So again, we really appreciate that you stay with us from the morning up until the midway here with us. We are going to get into our second parallel session shortly. So we are going to have 4 breakout rooms actually. We will have 4 presentations in room 1. There will be Bapak Herditya Wahyu Widodo talking about the academic writing, especially for English literary studies. And then in room 2, we have Ibu Enthusiastic talking about the implementation of academic writing workshop series, how to design, implement, and reflect on the series. And in room 3, we will have Ibu Sari Karmina talking about how we should present our discussion of your studies in a report. And then in room 4, we will have Ibu Luki Ayu Widowati talking about the YouTube management for the development of tutors in Academic Writing Center. We will prepare the breakout room very soon, and you are free to choose to go to whichever room you think that you will be interested in. Bapak Alhan. The breakout room is ready. Alhan, we actually have another room for room 4, please. Please prepare one more room for Ibu Luki.
Sesi itu cuma ada 2.
A little bit of change here, people. Ibu Luki's presentation will be moved into the last session in parallel session 4. So we have only 3 breakout rooms for now. Room 1, 2, and 3. Thank you.
Ada yang tidak join? Baik.
Everyone, thank you so much for staying with us. We now have a break session for 15 minutes. You might like to stretch your legs, and we will be back here in about 15 minutes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So since we are running out of time, maybe
Baik, selamat siang para partisipan. Selamat datang kembali dalam Zoom room kita di UM Academic Writing Center Conference. Shortly, we will start our third plenary speech for the day. Everyone ready? Co-host? All right. Okay, everyone, we are going to start the third plenary session with Ibu Maria Anityasari. Everyone, Ibu Maria Anityasari is the director of Academic Writing Center at Institute Teknologi 10 November, Surabaya. Ibu Maria Anityasari will be presenting a paper on an urgent need for an academic writing enhancement in higher education. Ibu Maria, over to you.
Hello, Ibu Yusnita. How are you?
Very well, Ibu. Thank you. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Thank you so much for being available to present in our conference.
You are very welcome. It is my pleasure.
Thank you.
Okay, should I start now, Ibu?
Yes, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Bu Yusnita, and also for University Negeri Malang for conducting this workshop. I learned from this morning that actually there are many brilliant and bright ideas have been discussed through this event. So I would like to explain a bit the situation in our center. Mentioned before by Ibu Yusnita that I am the director of Academic Writing Center at ITS, but actually the director is Professor Heri Kuswanto, the director of postgraduate program and academic development in our university. So different from other university, the Academic Writing Center at ITS actually managed by two directorates. The first is Directorate for Postgraduate and Academic Development, chaired by Professor Heri Kuswanto, and I am the director of ITS Global Engagement. So we are working together in the center and try to figure out the best mechanism, the best organizational structure that will provide enough support for the center and ensure that the center will be sustainable. So once again, thank you, Yusnita, for inviting me, and I also would like to introduce my team at the Academic Writing Center. The first, I would like to introduce Miss Fai. Mbak Fai, could you please say a couple introduction sentences, please?
Hello, Ibu Maria and everyone in this Zoom meeting. Nice to virtually meeting you all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mbak Fai. So Mbak Fai, together with me since the very beginning of the idea, try to develop evaluation of our existing condition, preparing proposal, and so on. And now still working together with me in finding ways to make the center more powerful and able to work and help more students and also lecturers. I also would like to introduce the tutor of our center, Ibu Melissa. May, please.
Hello everyone, my name is Melissa and I'm the writing tutor at Academic Writing Center ITS. And I'm also the alumni of UM.
So thank
nice to meet you,
Yusnita, and also UM team, because you're really supporting us in managing the center. Thank you so much. And I also would like to introduce another UM alumni, which is also helping us, Mr. Akil. Mas Akil, please.
Thank you for the opportunity, Bu Maria. It's always a great time to go back to the beloved Universitas Negeri Malang. Thank you.
Okay, so it seems like a reunion for all of you, yeah? Okay,
nice to meet you all. Thank you.
Thank you for Yusnita, your alumni doing very well here. So when we talk about Academic Writing Center, we have a lot of idea in our head right now. Sharing from Pak Brad, sharing from UI, sharing from UNER, and also sharing from definitely so rich. And now, when it comes to my part, I just would like to highlight a couple things that hopefully will enhance our understanding about the challenges that we are facing right now and how we can come together, we can work together to solve those challenges. First of all, I'm a teacher, a lecturer in industrial and system engineering, and I'm teaching research methodology for more than 15 years. During my experience as a lecturer, I figured out that actually writing is really tough for not only postgraduate student, not only for a lecturer, also for our undergraduate students, especially even in Indonesian language. It is already highlighted before. So let me share the slide with you. Can you see my slide? Who using that? Okay, thank you. So looking at the level of writing skill of my doctoral student, for example, I try to look back like what Brett mentioned this morning, looking back and try to figure out why the academic writing of our postgraduate student is so low and really urgent to be enhanced. And I figured out that actually, as Indonesian, we don't have writing culture. I don't know whether you agree with me or not, but from my observation, most of us, most of Indonesian people prefer to have oral communication rather than writing. So we love to talk, to share the story, to share experiences by oral, but not in a writing form. And also in elementary school, for example, junior high school, for example, a lot of encouragement for like public speaking, storytelling, but from my understanding, very low encouragement, very little encouragement given for writing. And you can see from the literature, it is concluded by a researcher that literary tradition was more oral than written. And in Indonesian student case, we also find that most Indonesian students find writing more difficult. Most students found more difficulty in expressing written ideas than in oral form. International student from Indonesia, it is taken from research in overseas. International students from Indonesia and other Asian countries find difficulties in academic writing. It is very obvious that our education system not really focusing on writing enhancement. We try to give knowledge, memorizing, but expressing our idea in writing is so lacking. And we can find easily that proof from the very beginning of our children here in Indonesia. I was in Australia during my master and doctoral program. I brought my son with me and he went to kindergarten and also elementary school, and a lot of writing assignment, a lot of reading assignment, a lot of incentive for reading and writing. But here, my second son and my third son growing up here in Indonesia, they have a lot of homework in terms of like memorizing and things, but very few homework on writing. While at sudden, maybe not sudden, but like, enhancing the writing and also enforcing writing as a new demand. Based on the regulation in 2018, graduate student must produce and publish an article in reputable journal. And also now in our institute, our rector asked undergraduate students to convert their final project into publishable journal. And then when it comes to word ranking, Scopus and also QS again emphasize on writing, citation, H-index, and everything that only can be achieved by having good journal published in a good paper published in high-ranked journal and also cited by others. Writing become burden. Writing becomes something that everyone need to tackle, to overcome. And honestly, up to now, we still find a lot of fraud in regard to writing, plagiarism, and yes, a lot of things like that happening in our community, in our institution. And if you look at the journal and country rank, we can see Indonesian performance between 1996 to 2020, and we figure out that actually this is the position of Indonesia. We are still left behind compared with Thailand in number 44, and also Malaysia. We always compare our institution with Malaysia because we are neighbor, but to some extent, yeah, we have to acknowledge that they are much stronger than us. We can see here that citable document, number of citable document, citation, self-citation, citation per document, we are half of Malaysia, and H-index also only 30% compared with Malaysia. And if we look at from Thailand, if we look back a bit on the situation in Thailand, they even have their own font and completely different language than English, but they are still superior than us in terms of writing. So all of this situation should bring a very strong sense, very strong sense why we are in this position and how we can overcome this. We look at the US World University ranking. Our situation here, you can see that the H-index, the citation per paper is low compared with the the maximum score. And when we look at academic reputation, which is built also based on the research and publication, we are also still not so strong. So this is the weight actually for individual field. And we are in engineering, you can see that the H-index, the citation per paper, and we are in engineering in science is quite high compared with other fields. So the challenges are real, the challenges are there, and now the question is, are we ready? How can we tackle the situation? Writing in engineering field in particular, yeah, based on our exploration and understanding, some institutions have specific unit or module for writing within the discipline. We also have English for specific purposes classes, writing across the curriculum in many areas, or others institutions have no specific provision. So students are expected to learn by themselves. Honestly, we have to acknowledge that the situation in ITS somehow vary from department to department. Some departments have research methodology. The name of the course is research methodology, not specifically addressing writing. However, in some other departments, they don't have research methodology even. So number 4, writing is something that students have to learn themselves. It's really a challenge here at ITS. Therefore, right now, Professor Harry and also myself and all the writing center team try to convince the vice rector to create a course, specific course addressing writing. So not something that not compulsory like what happened now. Students can come to the center whenever they need, but we would like to have a curriculum, compulsory course for all students to enhance their writing. Okay, we can see here in engineering writing, most engineering students have more practical work instead of written argument, only like numbers and data, figures, and simulation, but explaining in writing is not something that used to be done by engineering students. And then technical writing is different from other type of writing, according to the literature. And it is true that engineering students deal with technical vocabulary more than general vocabulary. And honestly, it is a problem that addressed and handled by me and as our tutor here, because students from electrical engineering, for example, students from geophysics, students from civil engineering, from metallurgy, for example, they bring their own technical vocabs that sometimes not familiar for people from other disciplines. And then impersonal passive voice is essential in most engineering writing. So a student who is very good in writing poem, for example, or having very nice Instagram doesn't mean that they have a very good writing in a formal writing. Most of engineering writing does not follow the introduction, method, result, and discussion structure. So when our fellow virtual English language fellow conducted training for tutor some time ago and emphasized on the use of introduction, method, result, and discussion as the formal structure, it doesn't work that way in our engineering writing. So different fields have different type of writing, and it is very challenging. Indonesian students struggle with academic writing is really a case. I believe all of you agree with me. Expressing ideas correctly, choosing appropriate academic language, proper English grammar, yes, it is confirmed. And also clarity of idea that presented in the paper, lack of critical analysis, critical evaluation, oh my. So actually writing problem is go beyond grammar, beyond tenses, beyond English. It is somehow related with the way we nurture our generation here in Indonesia. When we have kindergarten student or elementary school student with no critical thinking, they just follow the leader, they just follow and repeat whatever said to them, we will end up with college students who have no idea how to write and how to comment, how to evaluate something that they get from their experimentation, for example. From our finding, it is actually compiled by me. ITS students struggle in writing in terms of this point: rhetorical move, discourse control, organization, oh my, argumentation. So sometimes students just put figure, and have nothing to say, or very descriptive sentences. Just the result of our experimentation look like this, and this. Oh, so argumentation is really lacking. The use of language is also there if we talk about English writing. Use of language still like the style is repetitive, limited vocabulary, and also sentence construction is not so good. So again, when we talk about English writing, academic writing center, actually, this is only the tip of an iceberg. There are many problems under the surface. And I don't know whether you agree with me, but we can discuss this. If we want to enhance the writing skill of our lecturer and postgraduate student and college student here in Indonesia, we can provide academic writing center, but we also have to work with more basic education and go under the surface, because the problem that we are finding right now only the tip of the iceberg. We have two samples of the writing during one-on-one, and you can see here the comment from our tutor here. Where do you get this information? Is this a common knowledge in your field or what? try to put reference if you cite from somewhere else. You can see the type of comment that we give to students, mostly addressing the very basic need in writing, how to acknowledge other person's ideas, how to put references, how to write citation, how to make a complete sentence. And we observe that those weaknesses happen as well in Indonesian writing, Indonesian language writing. So, as mentioned before, the problem found in academic writing center is only the tip of the iceberg. We have to work on structuring the way of thinking, giving space for more critical thinking, giving encouragement for students to evaluate this and that, writing in an Indonesian language, but a concise and argumentative way, and then later on polish that English. How can we bridge the gap? So we keep questioning ourselves, who actually should be involved in helping students? What can we do to help students? Because in our academic writing center here at ITS, even though we realize that the problem is big and very challenging, but encouraging students to come to the center is also another thing. We try to encourage them to come, but most of students say, oh, I don't have good English. How can I deal with the tutor later on? What should be asked? I even don't know how to ask. Looking at their concern, I even don't know what to be asked. Saya tidak tahu mau bertanya apa. It is very, very crucial to be tackled. So I'm really thankful when again for this event, and I really would like to offer collaboration with all of you to tackle this situation. Do we think that academic writing center will solve problem? Do you think that language center should be incorporated with academic writing center? Do you think that all students who will come to the academic writing center should get to the language center first? How about research center here? Because research center also take a big part in the research and academic writing. Should we address faculty member instead of student? So we have to prepare and train our lecturer first before going to the student, because student will go anyway, but faculty member will stay. And if they don't have the skill in writing, we cannot just rely on academic writing center staff. Do you think that specific writing course will help? Or do you think that language center together with academic writing center will be the answer of the writing difficulty we are facing and we are observing in our postgraduate and also undergraduate students? We also would like to highlight the importance of feedback. This is the last part of my talk today, because honestly, based on my observation, very few lecturers in Indonesia have feedback as their habit. We take examination, mid-exam, I don't know in language, yeah, but I'm talking in engineering. We take examination, we ask students to submit paper and presentation, but feedback is so rare to be given to students. When from the discussion and from literature as well, we realize that actually giving feedback is really important. Without feedback, even though we ask 1,000 assignments from students, actually students learn very little. If we give feedback, students will reconstruct their idea development. They will understand their error, their mistake, and improve how they can put their idea better in writing. So right now in ITS, we have deadline for grade submission. We have performance measurement for lecturer. Unfortunately, giving feedback not yet become compulsory. I don't know, we can share later with Airlangga, University of Indonesia, Universitas Negeri Malang, and other universities. So feedback is really something that needed by students. Without feedback, they don't know whether they are right or wrong. many students came to me and said, Ibu, I got A, I got AP, for example, very high grade. And then I said, okay, it's good. Tapi saya nggak tahu, Bu. Saya nggak ngerti. Tapi kok saya dapat A, bahasanya baik banget, begitu ya. I think the lecturer is so good. They give me A or AB, but they don't know whether they are actually capable in the course or not. So effective feedback is really important. Effective feedback representing the engagement of the learner. I run several international programs in my office, Global Engagement. From many participants, I receive feedback that they said feedback from lecturer is really, really needed. It's like enlightenment. It's like enlightenment, oase gitu ya, for a student during their learning process. So good academic writing center program help improve our writing skills. Honestly, we are still think about that. Why? Because actually academic writing center only handle the tip of the iceberg. There are many problems under the surface, and I believe if we want to solve the problem comprehensively, sustainably, we have to work with high school, junior high school, elementary school, even kindergarten teacher, because we need to enhance the writing interest, start from very beginning, and giving feedback is really important. I think I have to end my sharing up to now, up to here, and then if there is a comment or any idea from the participant of this event, very much welcome. Thank you, Bu Yusnita.
Ibu Maria Adityasari, thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. It's really, I personally found the list of the questions in your presentation quite relatable and quite intriguing to know more about what actually we can do to help writers to improve, especially in places like ITS, we have different challenge. The English should be specific enough to tackle the topics of engineering, and most students probably do not have strong English background. That pose a different challenge for ITS probably. In all honesty, we face similar issues here in as well. However, it is also very interesting to have your question at the end. Can Writing Center actually do something to help participants, clients, students to improve their English skills? This is a question that will remain a mystery for a while, I guess. However, we have participants here. If you have any questions, any comments, feedback, I hope we still have Pak Brett with us. Probably you have any response to Ibu Maria's presentation, Pak Brett?
Oh, it was an excellent presentation, and it feeds in well to the earlier question from the morning about more technical language. And that's why I was very happy that ITS also was selected to be a grantee, because we have an example of a technical university dealing in these kind of more hard science fields where the writing does adjust. And regarding the conversation earlier in the morning, kind of approaches to discourse analysis in writing pedagogy. I think this is something that some people are doing in Indonesia, but more people need to be more familiar with, so that we can describe how written genres vary by field and develop expert. And it's difficult because Writing Center tutors can't be experts on every single discipline, but what they can develop expertise in is this way of analyzing discourse and helping writers understand their own disciplinary discourses. That's why. So the example of ITS's AWC is, I think, such a great success. Regarding the comment about working with high schools, I think this goes back to the idea of the necessity of curriculum, and Ibu Maria, you've expanded it even beyond the institution to the system. So thank you for that. I guess I'm thinking about starting off small, but I agree with you that writing pedagogy or instruction in writing has to be incorporated into the entire system. This is part of our practice of literacy instruction and should be from early ages as we develop, and then we develop this expertise over the course of our schooled experience to become academic writers. And you know, you are no doubt right that is something that is lacking in the system. But oh, such a large task it is to undertake, such an ambitious task, which of course, Ibu Maria is very ambitious, so she'll take no task too small for her or too big. All right, I guess I should let other people have the floor, but thank you very much, Ibu Maria.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Bu Yusnita, I would like to express my thankfulness to Pak Brad and Relo and also Ibu Dian for such wonderful support. We have this idea in our mind for so long, how to help students improving the writing. Always like institution not really providing space for us to establish such a center or clinic to help students, but with the assistance and grant from Relo, we are very thankful. We have a very, very nice and very supportive virtual English language fellow, even though still virtual, but we are very thankful for it, and we can come to this stage also because the support of Relo, Pak Brad, and Ibu Dian. So I know that there are still a lot of things that to be tackled, but at least we know and we meet a very big community who have the same concern as us, and it is really encouraging for us.
The same here, Bu Maria. We will not be able to do any of this without the continuous support from Relo, of course. Do we have any more questions from the member audience in the Zoom room?
We have question in the chat box, Ibu. I think I should read and answer.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yes.
Oh, from Ibu Diah Bulan, yes.
Yes.
So the question is, the problem in Indonesian student writing is very few, right? Should we find the roots of this problem first before we go on to making programs to solve it? If we figure out the roots of these problems as to our students, as to why our students write so few, we can make more appropriate program to overcome this. As for the low quality of their writing, we can come with programs that's also based on the roots of the problem. What do you think, Ibu Maria?
Thank you, Bu Wulan, for asking the question. And since you are the alumni of English department, I believe I'm talking with the right person. alumni usually go to the community as teachers in many levels, right? And as teachers, actually, it is part of our job to find the root cause of the situation and figure out how we can help our students. So actually, Ibu, when we started with Academic Writing Center, we set up writing for publication. We think that this is the best way to do because we straight to the target. We provide training and workshop. I also would like to bring you to our website because I also would like to invite you to come to our website and also enjoy the materials provided by our center, and you can use it for your own classes or program. So we go straight to the publication. How to get published. That's the workshop that we run for our client here, student here, and also lecturer here. How to get published. And then we figure out that actually how to get published workshop is really, jump and far away from their reach, from our student reach. So we try to figure out the cycle. I asked May, okay, based on our understanding about the cycle of writing, we try to figure out in which position, in which stage is our client, not jump directly to the application, but looking at the root cause. Why people hesitate to publish? Why they don't confident? Why they are not accepted? Why they got rejected? Something like that. So we go through the cycle. We make a figure of the cycle, and we ask our client, our student here, to figure out at which stage they are. And then based on that understanding, we can help them better. Okay, this is kind of root cause analysis that we are doing. So not giving workshop for everyone is like, come on, you can come to this workshop, and by completing this workshop, you will be able to do A, B, C, D. Not like that, but we step back and ask, okay, you are now trying to figure out your position. So we try to show students that we have cycle. This is the cycle, writing process cycle. We develop this one, and we ask, where are you? What are your struggles? How can we help you? So students with different level of different states, and at different states and different level will find something that fit them. Even if they are good enough in English, they still can come back and revise and revisit their situation and find better help. So back to Ibu Wulan question and comment, if we can make something like that at every level, if you are a high school teacher, how about making something like this for high school level? If you are in elementary school, junior high, or even, for example, I don't know, but maybe some of you have family and colleagues working in the kindergarten, for example, asking students to make small expression, just like short expression, is something that we need to train at a very early stage. And then by having that habit, at the end, we can harvest publication and so on. But straight away go to publication, I don't know whether Ibu Yusnita also facing the same situation. Students bring their messy writing and then ask center to fix up. And always think instantly, I want to get published because it is part of the requirement. Please help me. Something instant. They don't understand the process and the cycle. So currently we are planning to have workshops during summer to help our students to understand their states. And by knowing their states, they will be able to help themselves. I hope somehow I answered the concern from Ibu Wulan, even though I know that it takes, we may have face-to-face workshop and discussion, yeah? I believe you can talk over coffee or something like that after that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ibu Maria. I also agree with your suggestion that there should be a collaborative work between us so that we can discuss this type of matter deeper and more comprehensively, understanding each other's challenges and how we can work together to offer a solution dealing with this type of matter. Ibu Maria, thank you so much for your presentation. We enjoy it and we learned a lot from your presentation. Everyone, we are going to move on again into our next parallel session. We are going to have 3 rooms open. In room 1, Ibu Luki Ayu Widowati will be talking about YouTube management for the development of tutors in Academic Writing Center. In room 2, Bapak Abdul Shahid will be talking about academic writing in the context of English as a second or foreign language. He's going to talk about bibliometric systematic review. And then in room 3, we will have Nadia Galis Cahya Anugrah, the tutor from Academic Writing Center at UM, to talk about her experience as a novice tutor in the Writing Center, and she's going to talk about the challenges and the strategies. Ibu Luki Ayu is also the tutor at our Writing Center. Everyone, the breakout room will open soon, and please feel free to join in the breakout room that you would like to attend. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back to the main room. So we will be waiting for the other member participants who are still in the breakout room.
Hai Ibu Yusnita.
Okay, time to start, please.
Okay, they seem to have a great time in room 2 in the parallel session, which is great.
You're enjoying the discussion. Mulai aja.
Yes.
People are coming.
People are coming. Okay, Bu
Yeah.
Yusnita, are we going to start now for the plenary 4?
Yes, please.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, we are going to continue our conference today with the fourth preliminary, in the fourth plenary session. Today we will have Ibu Yusnita Febrianti for the fourth plenary speaker. Ibu Yusnita Febrianti here is our PIC in Academic Writing Center of Balai Bahasa dan Budaya. She's our punching bag. And she's a really wonderful person, and she will be delivering her presentation entitled AWC at Academic Writing Center at Opportunities and Challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Ibu Yusnita. Ibu Yusnita, time is yours.
Thank you very much, Lucky. We have wonderful people here. I'm very lucky to be working with great people here in Balai Bahasa, working together, developing Academic Writing Center, of course, along with Andrea. I need to make, oops, not this. See, I can be clumsy. I meant to show you this one. Initially, I wanted my presentation to be talking about Academic Writing Center at challenges and opportunities. However, as I have listened to presentations from the morning up until the session that we had just now, I want to be on the positive side and talk about Academic Writing Center at opportunities and opportunities. I have to cross out the challenges. Challenges, everyone is very clear. It's there everywhere in whatever we do. So I think we have a choice to see this as opportunities. Disclaimer, everyone, this is not denial. We can really see opportunities within the challenges that's actually much bigger than the opportunities. We have repeat this point over and over since the morning, that writing center here at UM, there at Universitas Indonesia, in Universitas Airlangga, and in Institut Teknologi 10 November is a baby that we are growing. We are a newcomer. We are just hatching, trying to find our place in the institution where we are. Also, as mentioned by Andrea in her presentation, that we have differences. Academic Writing Center at UI, at UNER, and at ITS has their own uniqueness and have their own situation and condition. This is the same with us here at UM. I think I would like to see myself as being lucky as one of the grantees from RELO funding. Second of all, we are also very lucky to be located in the unit under Fakultas Sastra. In Fakultas Sastra, we have a Department of English, Department of Other Languages with supportive people, and especially we have Balai Bahasa inside inside Fakultas Sastra. Our position here as an academic writing center, as a newcomer in the, people now call it business, in the whole business of higher education, academic writing center is a newcomer that is expected to be giving contributions, benefit for the students, for the faculty members of the university. We have opportunity to be located within where the experts are, the people at the English department, the people at departments of other languages. We also are lucky to do this project in collaboration with RILO, of course. At the beginning of our operation, everyone, 95% of our clients are from Fakultas Sastra. This is concerning because Fakultas Sastra is only one of the many faculties that we have here at Universitas Negeri Malang. Again, as a baby that's just hatching from the egg, we are trying to find pattern. We are moving on finding our position in the university, because other units has been prepared for faculty members who wants to prepare their publication in international journals, for example. So we have TPJAD, TPJPP, and other units that I don't even know what they stand for. They are prepared for these people who needs a shortcut for making it possible for the articles to be published in international journals. Academic Writing Center, everyone, is not providing that type of service. Writing Center, as mentioned by previous presenters, is a place where we should develop the culture of writing. This is also mentioned by Ibu Maria, that Indonesian people do not have the culture of writing. This is one of the tasks that is probably given, that is bear in the shoulder of Writing Center to try to develop this culture in Indonesia. A lot of our first clients are newcomers as well. So this is new for both the clients and us here in Balai Bahasa. Balai Bahasa has been giving services in language testing preparation, in English language skills development, but very limited services has been given for the writing. So Academic Writing Center is actually lucky to be put in Balai Bahasa and Budaya, because this is a home unit which is very established, which has an established system, which has a good infrastructure for us to operate. So we don't have to start from total zero, actually. There's a lot of a system that we adopt from Balai Bahasa, for example, in the scheduling, in how we source the tutors, in how we make the reporting. While we are collaborating with RILO, RILO has been very kind to make it easy for us in terms of administrations, reporting. There's not so much bureaucracy line as what we have to face here at the university. In all honesty, a bureaucracy system in a public university would require a lot of terms and conditions for us to report and everything. And without being put in Balai Bahasa, we will not know how we can get through this system and this line of bureaucracy. So again, I see this as an opportunity. Also, Balai Bahasa has provided us with mentoring, how to face the challenges with people in the, for example, finance department of the university, how to deal with them, and how to prepare this paper and that paper, let's say. So later in its establishment, in its sustainability and management, Writing Center will become a unit that will be attached into Balai Bahasa and Budaya, so that its operation can be more stable and can be supervised directly from the managers here at the Balai Bahasa and Budaya. Again, we are lucky, let's say, to have support funding from RELO. Other than the funding, we are grateful to have good communication with RELO so that we know every opportunity that are given by RELO as a supportive, as a supplement, as an additional support for us along our operation since April 2021 up until now, and hopefully until later as well. We have short-term, long-term program that's given to us or given information to us as an opportunity. We have at America with the introduction to academic writing session, 11 session of series that we will be involved in as well. So I and Andrea actually, and all of the PICs from other academic writing centers from other universities will be involved in it, which we are grateful for. Again, this is the opportunity that we might not be able to get if we don't work with an institution such as RELO. Outsourced institutions such as MOOC that has been run by Iowa University. Actually, we have been granted with opportunity to become, to be a part of another MOOC in establishing academic writing center as well. So that's also a good experience for us to share with other universities across the world who are trying to establish academic writing center as well. So I'm really sorry that I have to take this terminology to describe RELO as well in this case. RELO is a networking agent for us so that we can connect with other universities as described by Bapak Red this morning as the grantee of this funding. We have UNER, we have Universitas Indonesia, we have ITS, and we hope that we can build more collaborative work so that we can develop academic writing center and its operation plus the challenges and see this into more opportunities for collaboration in the future. And other than this supports that we definitely have, academic writing center establishment, operation, and sustainability in modern day, such as 2022, is even easier right now with abundant online resources. We have been familiar with resources such as Academic Phrase Bank, Purdue University Online Writing Lab, for example. These are very helpful for us in developing our academic writing center. This is very beneficial, very useful, not only for the tutors, but also for the clients. I have intense communication with Andrea. What you see in the picture here is, that's my face at 9 p.m. Indonesian time. And that's Andrea early in the morning in Idaho. So that's how we arrange our meetings so far. If it is not my early morning, then it will be Andrea's early morning, which will mean that will be each other's late night. This is the occasion where I and Andrea would discuss about how we are going to plan the activities in the coming weeks, the coming months, and what we can do to help our tutors to gain more confidence, to gain more practice into their tutoring activities, and how do we promote. We talk about all sorts of things. I believe that Andrea might know about my birthday already at this point. So Fellow has a very important role in the development of an academic writing center, especially in this project, and also in the upcoming project of academic writing center. For us, it is definite that English is not the first language. So having a fellow, other than having a consultant in the management of an academic writing center, of course, is also helping a lot in to nurture us as new tutors in an academic writing center, to understand the proper academic language that should be used in the development of clients' drafts, for example, in how we as tutors communicate with our clients, how we should open a session, how we should follow up with one discussion, etc. There's a lot of subtle details that we actually discuss, and we actually develop into resources that our tutors can use in the operation of the writing center. We have tutor development program as a formal meeting other than those early mornings or late night meetings with Andrea. Andrea has to wake up a bit late at night so that she can meet us as a team, usually 8 or 9 in the morning before her bedtime, and discuss in how we can develop ourselves into tutors. So again, having fellow from RELO is very helpful, is an integral, important part in our development as a writing center. There is a lot of dynamics in our structure of tutor here from the beginning of our establishment last year up until today. We have a movement of tutors here in the writing center. We are struggling with a bureaucracy on how we may be able to create a system of recruitment, because we need to be careful about the organizational structure, about professional issues that the tutors are demanded. And sometimes students would have personal issues that can't be avoided, for example. And sometimes employment status is not something that we as a small unit under Balai Bahasa can decide ourselves. So we are finding our ways through how we can better source our tutors. Like myself, in all honesty, as a faculty member at the English department, we have multiple roles that we have to do. We are wearing different hats in different occasions, so sometimes it can be a challenge as well. However, again, if we look into the opportunities here, we have here in the audience our colleagues from the English departments who are available to help us, to support us. Pak Nanang Subaidi is here with us. Ibu Rahmati Yaniafari is here with us. Ibu Utari is also, of course, here with us. Their support in occasional events of Academic Writing Center is dependable in the running operation of the activities of our writing center here at UM. Writing center is different from other services that may be provided by Balai Bahasa or by other services such as proofreading or translation. In other services that's been prepared by the university, for example, for faculty members who need to have their papers published as soon as possible, let's say, they might have proofreading services, they might have translation services, but in writing center, we don't do that for you. The clients will have to do them themselves. This is what makes us different. And this is also something that we need to inform to our clients. And this is also a knowledge that our clients should understand before they expect too much from the writing center. So we need to highlight to our clients that we don't write for you, we don't proofread for you. We are going to talk to you and discuss with you how to improve this draft, but the clients will do all the drafting and everything. So that's also an education that we need to get across to our clients. Our activities so far, as mentioned by Ibu Harni, there's some challenges, such as in workshop, it is easy because we have targeted participants, we have good plans, and everything runs 2 ways. There's direct communication between participants and us as the facilitators. However, in webinars, Bu Harni mentioned also the issue of attendance. Let's say 100 people registered, but then only 80% showed up, for example. That is quite common in the online webinars. However, as presented by Ibu Luki in her presentation today, that we record sessions like this to be put in our YouTube channels so that it can be recycled, upcycled, re-presented again, so that more member of audience can access them. And depending on the activities that we are doing and the target participants that we are looking at, we also have different types of promotion. At the beginning, I was quite adamant on we need to create our own Instagram account as the Writing Center. We need to be independent. But then, again, we see opportunities here. We should get our Instagram account together with the Balai Bahasa. Balai Bahasa has got a solid number of followers in the social media. This is what I did not consider before. However, by having solid number of followers in the social media account, it actually ensures the delivery of the information into our potential clients. So now we mix, match, mingle our activities in Writing Center with the activities of Balai Bahasa, and it works well. We have a lot of direct messages in our Instagram asking, when are you going to open more services for us, for people from non-English departments, for example? When are you going to open services in papers in Bahasa Indonesia, for example? This continuously give us ideas and give us, oh yeah, let's do this, let's do that, because there is a demand from this and that. So with a big number of followers in our social media account, this is also an opportunity that then we take into account in the development of our Writing Center. Again, we saw the opportunities that English department is actually one tiny part of the whole of Faculty of Letters. In the Faculty of Letters, we have Indonesian department, library and informatics science. We have German, Arabic, Mandarin, music, visual communication design, and arts program. These are our potential clients. And this demography is actually much bigger than the students of English department. In our initial operation up until a couple of weeks ago, we only serve clients who have their drafts in English in the levels of S1, S2, and S3. Now we are proudly now we would like to proudly announce to you that we open our service for paper drafts written in Bahasa Indonesia. We welcome students to become Academic Writing Center clients to consult their paper that are drafted in Bahasa Indonesia. This service will be going alongside with our existing service, which is given in English. And that's everyone how we start. We really hope that this is only the first year. We want to have the second year, the third year, fourth, and so on to the eternity and beyond. That's what we hear from Toy Story, but I see possibilities. Who knows? Thank you very much, everyone.
Oh, thank you very much, Ibu Yusnita. Wow, what an insightful presentation, Ibu Yusnita. I can see from the comments written on the chat box, Ibu Maria and Pak Brad also mentioned that how they love your positive attitude, and then how your new vocabulary can describe it, the role of Rilo very well. Thank you, Ibu Yusnita. And we can also learn from Ibu Yusnita as well how many challenges we face, not the challenge actually, but the opportunity, yeah, that might help us developing the academic writing center, from the time difference with our fellow how difficult it is to make an appointment with the tutor and client, and sometimes we have to change the time and the schedule, and that's not a challenge actually, that's like a experience for us, yeah. And then we can see a lot of opportunities for us to develop the academic writing center service for everyone who needs the service. Well, let us open the question and answer session, everyone. You can raise your hand, or you can type on the chat box if you have question for Ibu Yusnita, please. I guess we are really fascinated with your presentation, Ibu Yusnita. We can imagine how difficult it was, and how everyone here can handle it very well. Yes. And
yeah, thank you so much, Pak Brad, for your comment.
Yeah, we have some comment
Sure.
from you.
Yeah.
It's my pleasure. Yeah, we try not to describe ourselves as agents too often. Because,
no, you're not. I'm
you know,
sorry.
We don't want to start any conspiracy theories, right?
No.
We have plenty of folks that are.
No,
But,
excuse my limited understanding.
No. Yeah, we perfectly understand what you mean, and it's true. Sometimes we play this role of convener or networker, you know, the middleman, middlewoman to connect people, and that's perfectly acceptable, and I appreciate it actually. So thank you for that. And I also wanted to thank you for describing our grant processes as not very bureaucratic, because in comparison to Indonesian public universities. So I guess I should simultaneously say thank you and I'm so sorry for you, because we're a bureaucracy as well. But the whole idea behind this type of award is that it actually is not meant to be too difficult, and you know, we're not controlling every motion that you do, because this is an award to support you, and then you make of it what you can. So I'm glad it's been a good experience for you, and I would encourage other people who are listening in the future, when you see opportunities from the US Embassy, don't imagine that they're going to be so difficult that you can't qualify. So thank you.
Thank you so much. We are thankful.
Okay, thank you, Pak Brad. Thank you, Ibu Yusnita. I guess we can move to the next session. Yeah, if we have no more questions, we will continue to parallel session 4. Ibu Yusnita.
Yeah, we are going to move into parallel session 4. Before we move on into the final parallel session, everyone, I would like to thank everyone for sticking around up until the end of the conference today, especially Pak Brad. I understand how busy you are, Ibu Harni, Ibu Maria, Ibu Dian, Ibu Utari, and everyone else. Thank you so much for staying with us. We are going to get into 3 more different breakout rooms to listen to 3 presentations. In room 1, we will have Courtney Scarborough and Indah Las Asmihluji from Universitas Indonesia. In room 2, we will have Bapak Nanang Zubaidi from UM. And then in room 3, we will have Ibu Rahmati Putri Yania Fari from UM as well. Let's go into the breakout room, people. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming back to the main room. This has been a long day for us. Thank you for attending our conference today. Before we close the session, can we please have our camera open so that we can take pictures of all of us? Thank you. Okay. Thank you, everyone. We'll be taking the picture in 1, 2, 3. That's the first slide. Second one, please. 1, 2, 3. Thank you so much. Everyone, we have come to the end of our conference today. Thank you so much for attending Academic Writing Center conference. We appreciate your attendance, your presentation, discussion, and feedback through the session. Thank you so much, Pak Brad, Ibu Dian, Ibu Harni, who stays with us since the morning. Thank you, Ibu Utari, who's also staying with us since the morning. Ibu Dian as well, thank you so much. Amidst your business today, you're making time to stay with us also since the morning. We hope to see you all again in other events in the upcoming Academic Writing Conference. It may be in Malang again, it may be in other centers in Indonesia, it may be virtually, it may be face-to-face. We have lots of possibilities and we are hopeful with the development of Academic Writing Center in Indonesia. Thank you so much, everyone. See you again next time. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu. Congrats.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks, Bu Yusnita.
Terima kasih banyak. Terima kasih banyak, Pak Ed.
Universitas Negeri Malang.
Everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye bye. I will
Take
leave the
care.
meeting. Yeah.
Thank you. We will. Thank you.